Hello, fanatics. Fanatics. Hello. Oh, this is. I was hitting it twice and I didn't understand why, and it's like Twitter being helpful as usual. Okay. How am I doing? I'm doing fine, thank you. Support by streaming and sharing. Well, I guess we are supporting then. Okay. I think I'm gonna go get myself a cup of tea, and then we're gonna start. You know what? I'm gonna put also a countdown. There we go. So people know what's up. But in any case, this is the plan for today. Hey, Silverbug. Hello. The plan for today is to fix Bork links, maybe look into Bork YouTube weirdness, and then Ziggy. We'll see how that goes. Hello. Okay, hello everybody. Let's see, trying to get back into Zig now that CISA. Wait, is that the crime TV series? Is that the one set in Las Vegas? Isn't forcing me to do Rust. Are they not? What happened? Wait, is that about the US government thing or something else? Hello, Bytefox. Ender. Hello. Hello, X2 also. Okay, so plan for today, as mentioned earlier, is let's fix Bork links. I don't know why it doesn't work, actually. Like, it's even surprising me that Bork links doesn't work. Also interesting that it crashes my Bork, but Andrew's doesn't crash. I guess he's not running a debug build of Bork. I usually am. So there's that. Then we need to, I don't know, do we look into Bork YouTube? Do we fix Bork YouTube? Maybe, finally, at this point, at this juncture in time. I have no clue, though, what is it that Bork's YouTube. It's just so dumb. I feel like my suspicion is that we're stressing something in the HTTP client, and it's not even our fault. In any case. Got some nice progress done so far. Currently implementing the protocol for Ziggy apps to talk and help myself with Ziggy. So, and then my last point about Ziggy is, I feel like that of all the languages that I created for Zine, Ziggy is the one that received the least amount of love. Well, maybe that's not strictly true in the sense that we did put a good chunk of effort into getting the LSP off the ground. And it did require way more effort for Ziggy than it did for other languages because of the nature of the language. That said, I do feel that in terms of design, there is some work that we still need to do. I'll give a preview of what I think I want to change. So here's what I'm most unhappy with when it comes to Ziggy. So to be clear, nothing like cataclysmic. Just there are two things that I don't like. One is I started with this idea of having unions only be done over structs, which I do think it's an idea that has some value to it. I think there is some virtue in that. But on the other hand, I do think that it makes interoperability with Zig and similar languages a bit more annoying, a bit too annoying. And I think it shouldn't be that way. And somewhat related to that, enums are so bad right now. Like, we're not doing a good job at creating enums. So, for example, this is supposed to be an enum. Like here, clear chat is an action which is supposed to be part of a, well, let's say limited list of pre-decided actions that can be done. So an enum. And like, this is so verbose. And also, it's not like the fact that we're placing a string in here, it is suggesting that this is more than just a random string. But I feel like this could deserve better notation. So I was kind of resisting the idea of using, dot syntax also for values. Right now, dot syntax can only be used for struct field names. But I'm thinking that we might also want to say to allow, for example, dot clear underscore chat, for example. So, Zig style enums. What I'm suggesting is embracing Zig style enums, and from there also embrace at least a little bit more tagged unions. Maybe. I'm not sure. Somewhat related to this, there's also another problem. I made an improvement recently to Ziggy, a minor one actually in a long time. Like if we look at the changelog, like 2024 website launched, 2025. It's like 1 year later. The first update to Ziggy happens. Well, first update worth mentioning in the changelog. I mean, a bunch of work happened around this time, obviously, as you know, Ziggy became a thing. But then after that, we really didn't move it forward. Move it forward. And the best, like the newest change that happened was that we changed the parser to understand natively front matter delimiters. Ziggy approaches Zone. Maybe. Although, also, you know what? I'm not sure. Not exactly. Not really. Because, well, so here's where I think the key difference is. Zone, my point is that I want to add notation for those things. And Zone, I mean, sure, to some degree, yes. It is becoming more compatible with Zig. At least that's what I think I should do. But at the same time, Zone doesn't have special notation for pretty much anything. I guess kind of the core tenet of Zone is that it's just like one notation that you use recursively, right? Dot curly brace, dot curly brace, you dot curly brace everything. Well, in my case, what I'm thinking is adding syntax for that, plus schema stuff. So, and related to the schema stuff, here's two things that I want to do with Ziggy. So, you know what? I think I'm going to write them down because I'm convinced enough that I do definitely want to do them. One is add validator support of some kind. And maybe I'll explain that later because the validator idea is a little bit nuanced, not super complicated, but I need a bit of context to explain it. And the other one is, let's put it this way, add document validator support and then add schema. Well, more than schema is like add type schema conformance support. Add. Let's do it this way. Schema validation for types. So the idea is this. The second thing is, I know that people usually say, oh, you know what? What I wish I could have is a way to take a Ziggy schema and obtain a type definition from the Ziggy schema. So I would like a comp time to say, yeah, this is the Ziggy schema. Give me a type that can decode that Ziggy schema. Like, make it for me. And I resisted doing that because I thought that I didn't want to do that at comp time because it seems to me that it's better for that to be a build step. So the idea is, yes, you can ask for that, but you don't do that at comp time. Instead, you do that as a build step, and then the build step generates a module. Yeah, exactly. It generates Zig files. So it generates a module that then you import. The main reason for this is that, well, build steps are cached, while comp time currently is not. Eventually, comp time will be cached, so that difference will not really be there anymore. But having a, materialized file somewhere, it's also not bad because that way you can, like, inspect. And if it smells funny, then you know, like something doesn't work and like you're confused, then at least there's like some actual source code that you can go consult instead of having to understand what's going on with a type that only exists comp time. Well, that was generated comp time so that it doesn't have corresponding source code. But then I started using Ziggy myself for my projects, and I come to a pretty strong conclusion. Like, I'm fairly confident in this take, which is that while this could be nice to have, the by far superior approach to this kind of stuff is that, for example, here I have the front matter Ziggy schema. So this is a Ziggy schema that defines the front matter that you can put at the top of your super markdown files, right? Title, description, author, date, aliases, draft, layout, alternatives, all the things that, what's an alternative, all the things that you can put in there. Now, here's the thing. In Zine, the types that I'm making to deserialize these things are not exactly this. They're not just this. So if we look at, for example, page is basically, the page type is the front matter plus some extra stuff, right? Because there's behavior attached to it, but there's also hidden state. There's state, I use underscore to denote that these things are hidden. Although this is a convention because this is the only, oh, right. I forgot to point, I don't remember if I put that in the changelog or not, but I forgot to point that out earlier. One thing that I added recently to Ziggy is the ability to skip fields. So the idea is these fields are ignored. And so previously, every time I had a field that I wanted to ignore from Ziggy, I had to provide a custom serializer and a custom parser for each, where basically those two things would do no ops, basically. Well, in this case, I now can say, yeah, look, these fields, you just ignore them. They are not part of the of the Ziggy definition. So, and that allows me basically by giving them default values, which admittedly it's mostly undefined in this case, but it doesn't matter. That's specific to my use case. Basically, we can create like an instance of this struct, grabbing the data that we need from the Ziggy serialization format, and then have also support for extra stuff that we will need at runtime. And this is kind of my point. My point is that, well, in some cases, you can make do with a pure, precise one-to-one mapping between your types and the serialization format. In reality, not forcing the user to keep this one-to-one mapping and allowing them to quote-unquote sneak in behavior, which means adding methods, again, quote-unquote methods, right? Adding nested functions, namespace functions that you can call on this type, and allowing them to have extra fields where they put runtime stuff. It's absolutely beneficial. It's something that we should not provide them with a tool that silently locks them out of that capability. So where do I want to go with this? Where I kind of want to go with this is that I think that having automatic type generation from a schema is not that important. That thing could very well be a web tool, like a web tool where you paste in the Ziggy schema and it prints out, in the other half of the page, Ziggy source code that maps. But then what you do is that you copy paste that in your code and then you personalize it and you add hidden fields and you add methods to it, because these things are like really good to have. Now, at that point though, what is important is to guarantee that your type stays in sync with the schema. And so what I think is more important is to have a validation function that is able to validate a Zig type against a Ziggy schema. So that if you change the Ziggy schema and the change makes it incompatible, then you basically can turn that into a build error. A command in a Ziggy CLI tool. Yeah, also that. That also seems great. Actually, you know what? I would even argue that you implement it for the Ziggy CLI tool, and then that exact implementation is also what you use in the website, just by building the same tool to WebAssembly, which is an approach that we already do for Super HTML to make it nicer to use from VS Code. So this is currently what I'm thinking. And this is not something that you see much of, I think. I don't think that this is an idea that I've come up with. I'm fairly confident that somebody before me has to have had the same thought and has exploited asymmetry. Sorry, well, I don't know what to call it. Asymmetrical types, compatible parsing to a type that isn't a one-to-one mapping. You know, that idea, the idea of having extra fields that support your runtime operations in a type, but also those things don't exist in the schema. They're like, shall I say it? They're like private fields. Uh, I'm not the one who came up with it, but I do think that it's like a good thing to support because I do that a lot. I do that here. The reason why I feel so confident is that it's not something that I only do in Zine, but it's something that I do also in D2. So I think that all of this stuff is gonna greatly benefit from this. Yeah. Okay. So let's get to it. Also, as usual, if anybody has any Zig question in the meantime, feel free to ask. Let's chat about anything Zig related. And yeah, but in the meantime, obviously, I'm gonna do, my usual stuff. Okay. So, and by the way, I think this idea of having doing the schema validation and then exposing it to the website, both CLI and then the website, I think this is pretty cool. So I want to do that soon. Maybe we could even prioritize this over the document validator interface because this one is kind of gnarly, I think. You know what? We'll see. In any case, let's start with Bork links. So here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to run Bork links, and then I'm going to watch Bork crash. Okay. Success. So what happened is that we called close. We tried to close the same stream twice, and that caused Bork to crash. So we have basically some kind of race condition where this happens twice. How? So let's go investigate that. So if we go in server, yeah, we're back to Bork barking. So it's like we're back to our roots. Handle. Oh, you know what? I could have used keeping that stack trace around. So question, in handle, do we close the connection here? We do not. We do post event. We do leak the stream sometimes. We do stuff. Unban. AFK. So if the command doesn't match any of these things, we don't do anything. Is that it? Well, we don't do a ton of validation here because this is the server side. So validation, like if you put the wrong sub command, you do get an error in the client directly. So the client, in theory, should always send like reasonable stuff. So yeah, here we kind of do we close this connection correctly? I guess the question is who calls handle start, receives a connection, calls handle, and then defers stream.close. Well, that is certainly an interesting choice, considering that handle will, at least in one case, send out the stream. That seems to be the only case, though. I think in no other case we do send out the stream. It's only in that case. That is kind of annoying. So here's what I'm thinking. What I'm thinking is the problem is that here we post this stuff and then we basically implicitly return. Maybe we should return with something that says to the other thing, to the outer thing, whether it should close the connection or not. Or we take on the responsibility of closing the connection in here. No, that would not help because we cannot close the connection in here. Like this, basically, if we hand out this connection has to quote unquote leak from here, and then we close it from the main function. There is no way around this. So what we could do is just return something like a Boolean that says whether the connection should be closed right away or not. Or we parse CMD in here, right? Yeah. The alternative could be that we parse CMD outside, and by parsing CMD outside, we but it's precise. It's read until the limiter. So technically we could do that outside. Yeah, no problem at all. So handle is called by start. So it's kind of like this. Buff is outside. Connection to stream, that's the CMD. Could not read. We pass down the stream and the command. And then here we say only close if CMD is not equal to, it's kind of hacky, but it works. Links. Basically, I'm special casing links. I'm saying if it's links, we don't close. Yeah, so we do handle stuff this way. And in handle, we do pass CMD now. And it seems that we are not causing any more trouble. So this way we don't try to close the thing twice. So we'll go in main. We will see that in main, we do handle this thing, and we call reply links. And reply links will write stuff down and then call stream.close. Okay, so in theory, this should have saved us from the crash. So let's Zig build and see what happens after that. Okay, let's see. Is there a way for me to do like a compile time check so that I can create only one instance? I looked online and comp time var in global scope is not allowed, which makes sense, but kind of curious if there isn't another way. No, there is no way for you to enforce with like comp time plus some state management on your end plus a at compile error. That doesn't work. But you can create interfaces that guarantee that people can't grab a handle. They can't create multiple things of something, for multiple versions of something, or at least, not unless they go through very great lengths to do so. So for example, you could create a type and you make it non-public. You can create an instance of that type and you make it non-public. And then you create something like, or maybe, yeah, and maybe that thing you make public, or maybe you create like some kind of getter where the idea is that the getter checks a global variable. If the global variable is set to null, like an optional global variable, and if it's set to null, it creates it the first time, and then after that, it always returns a pointer to that thing instead of creating a new one. So you can enforce something like that, but not with comp time, because you used to be able to do that in the past, back when you could have comp time bars in a global scope. But yes, that basically exposes order or evaluation of comp time, and that is a problem. And so yeah, that was kind of fixed. Wait a second, the fuck happened here? Oh, I have, I still have prints in my standard library. Whoops. Prints in the standard library. That happens. Hey, Rocket Rager, hello. Okay, let's see. Expected mem alignment found comp time int. Oh, wait a second. This is like a Zig master moment. Let's go back to Zig 014 for now. Okay, we're good. Run GBP, run DWP. What? What happened? What's going on here? That's not me. Who did that? Is it one of my deps? Is it Rock Rager stuff that did that? WS, it's probably GZ. If I had to guess, it's probably GZ. Okay, although build XZ? What? Okay, let's restart Bork in the meantime. Okay, now we don't crash anymore. Okay, question. Can somebody send a link in chat so that we can check if we do see links? Unrelated, are enums supposed to allow methods that match value names? Function, yes. Wait, okay, not okay. Pub function, yes. What type is my enum.ok? Okay, thank you all. I mean, it works. Yeah, the reason why Andrew wasn't seeing this probably is because we were closing the connection right away. We must have regressed this feature for a very long time. So yeah, git status. There we go. Function was supposed to be named okay. Well, I can tell you that no, it's not going to work anymore. It used to be to work because fields and decals had separate namespaces, but mlug unified those two namespaces. So if you want to blame somebody, blame mlug. But at the same time, that is that was done. Well, maybe there was more than one reason, but at least one thing that change enabled is the ability to do, you know how now we have decal literals, right? So previously you had .foo had to be a enum case, right? It couldn't be anything else. But now .foo can be a decal, or it can be even a function. So the reason why this works now and it's not ambiguous is because they now share the same namespace, and no, you cannot have them collide basically anymore. But in exchange, well, you gain that you can do dot syntax. So trade-offs. Okay, so Bork links done. That was easy. The YouTube stuff is driving me nuts, man. I don't know if I want to start thinking about this shit again. It makes no sense why it's pooping itself. It really makes no sense. It's an HTTP client. The allocator is an arena. We defer the init. So this one is fine. I think the problem is in the some kind of loop, right? It's not in auth. It's in. Is it inside remote? No, what am I saying? Is it inside network? Oh, live fragment, remote cache, RC parser, event parser. Is this it? No, I don't think it's here. I think it's in a YouTube specific file, right? Am I? Oh, I might be wrong. No, I might be right. Livechat.zig. That sounds like a promising name. Yeah, so here we do have an HTTP client. We give it a GPA allocator. We pretty much never. What happened? Okay, we pretty much never. Yeah, we never deinitialize it. We keep reusing it. But then at some point it poops itself after some time. I don't even know what to do here. Like I could, I guess. I actually really don't know. I guess at every loop I could recreate it. I could destroy and recreate it. Maybe that works. I just don't fucking know, man. Yeah, you know what? Maybe I'll do that. Max between 5,000 and polling interval millis times, right? I don't remember if this number was modified by us. No, I think I had an empty state, right? So we either we pushed temporary value, or this is what it was supposed to be, 5 minutes. Which, if I remember correctly, the thing expires in like 10 minutes. So this is like 50% of that. Something along those lines, maybe. I don't remember. Well, you know what? Yeah, fuck it. Let's do that. So before we sleep, here's what we're gonna do. Then before we sleep, we de-init the client and we make a new one. How about that? It's also weird that there's like a connection pool. There is a connection pool. Who manages this connection pool? We don't fucking know. Do different clients share that? We also don't fucking know. Doubly linked list. require unsafe, release, resize, the init. Yeah, you know what? Let's do that. Was it and the thing that we got this got the GPA from? Yeah, and stands for network. Makes sense. Every loop with init and reinit. I don't know what else to attempt. Except 0 arguments, found 1. Oh, you don't even have to pass it in. Happy now? Oh, right. This is reset. Which account was I using? Was I using Z Showtime? I think I was using Z Showtime, right? Yeah. Bad YouTube data. What do you mean? It said success. Did I try to authenticate with the wrong account? Is this my account? That one doesn't work either. Why is YouTube like this? I changed nothing of this code and it's like this. Is this the account? Bad YouTube out data. Why is YouTube like this, man? So I think that the account should definitely be Ziggy Showtime. Now that I tried them all and and that I'm thinking about it more, Bork already has some access. Yeah. So code is blah 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 blah. How's YouTube read only? So where are we getting bad out YouTube data? Let's go investigate that. Bad YouTube out data. What is your problem, dude? std.json.parse from slice leaky. I also have two files, one under Twitch, one under network. platform. Collect fragment HTML, which is the one in network. So we're using the one in network unconditionally. Hash so yeah, we do turn that into a query thing. Yes. So tokenized scalar, split scalar, YouTube. There's code. Yes. Okay, so bad YouTube out data means that this succeeded. So this part succeeds, but then we fail in the request. So maybe some other freaking token pooped itself. I don't know. Let's see what we have in our logs, I guess. Well, there we go. Error while parsing YouTube out payload. Parse from slice leaky. Access token expires in refresh token scope token type refresh token expires in. Is this a new field? Did they change how out works since I used this the last time? Like, what the heck? Fine, let's add it. I don't know. Well, technically, that's not a string, that's a number. They changed the OAuth schema. They changed the OAuth schema. So, well, we have YouTube. We'll see how that goes, I guess. So let's see in, I don't know, half an hour from now or an hour. I don't remember. Like in a while, we're going to see how this stuff goes. I do think that in any case, in live chat, I think this sleep is not a correct sleep. Wait, so this is for polling. So we're saying we poll between the biggest value between. Okay, so this is saying we wait for at least 5 seconds between polls of YouTube. So I guess it's just how it has to be. And what else? So basically every 5 seconds we create a new connection. So that's, I guess, just how it has to be. And then we do the refresh token. Oh, but here we have, here's the suspicious times, right? Refresh the token once it's about to expire. Token dot expires at seconds. Okay. Right. And so now we also know when the refresh token expires. Well, you know what? For now, I'm not interested in doing anything with that information. So I don't know. We'll see how this goes. So let's watch it run for a while and see what happens. So that's it. Also, I'm sorry that YouTube people have been. I know that a bunch of people must have been annoyed at the fact that they couldn't chat. So I guess we'll have to rebuild our YouTube audience from scratch. But it is what it is. I'm sorry. This stuff just sucks all around. Let's do some Ziggy work. Let's do some Ziggy work. So what do we start with? Maybe writing a schema type checker. Also, what would the API of a schema Zig type checker, what would that look like? Hey, Ninjatron. Yes. For now, we'll see. We'll see what happens. We'll see. We'll see how it goes. um, okay. Hmm. Yeah. So I'm thinking that that should be also a Zig build step. Okay, you know what? Here's what I'll do. Give me a second. I'm gonna take a very quick bathroom break, and then I'm gonna start typing stuff up. I think this is gonna be a build step where we generate an executable that contains like basically one implementation um, of our schema checker in a sense, and then we add the Zig type as a module, and then we run it to see if it works. The alternative would be to do the checking at comp time, but I'm not sure if that would be any better because comp time is slower. Although, to be fair, like we're looping over type, so you know what? I'll be right back. Okay, I'm back. How's Bork doing? Is it still live? Okay, so far seems so good. Well, not particularly good, but good enough. Okay, ping, thank you. Okay, so we were saying that we want to look into Ziggy a little bit. Want to look into Ziggy, and more specifically, we want to look into adding the ability to check types against the schemas. Yeah, so as a user, how do you express this? It's kind of like a step, but then how do you express which type you want to check? This is such an interesting puzzle because there's probably a bunch of stupid ways of brute forcing it. So for example, I'm in Zine, right? Do we put this in the build.zig of Zine? And then if that's the case, then it means that we need to create a module. So we can't just create an executable like this, but we need to first create a module for Zine, then pass the module to ZineXZ, then maybe the API should expect that it is on us as a consumer to create an executable that tests this stuff. Ooh, even better. We put that in a test. We assert that we are in a test context. So no, people don't put that. They do not put that in any module, any separate executable, but we do put it only in a test. Because my point is also that this machinery shouldn't be in like the final executable. And I think that the test location, tests are the best, like the perfect place where to put this stuff. So the way we work as a consumer is that in Zine, in like root.zig, for example, or maybe directly page, I don't know, but in root.zig, I have a test block. And in this test block is where I do ziggy.check for schema compliance, whatever it's going to be. And the type is going to be context.page. And the schema is going to be something along these lines. Honestly, how you procure yourself this thing doesn't matter. The only thing that matters is that you pass it like this. Check schema compliance. Yeah, you put it in a test because the problem is that this has to happen at runtime. This is not something that we can solve at comp time. This should not be in the final executable. This should this does require some comp time meta factory, and everything combined, I think putting it in a test is the best option. I feel like I'm kind of sold on this. Yeah. I think that this is how it should be. Okay, so let's go implement Ziggy.check schema compliance. root source. So do we have schema as a namespace that we can access? So we have tokenizer, parser, dynamic, AST, diagnostic, parse leaky, parse options, formatter serializer, stringify, LSP parser, language server AST. Well, keep in mind that you can't change your type like at runtime. So there are places where this is more or less convenient, and the test seems to be the most convenient place. We'll see how it goes, though. Okay, oh, so here's schema. Okay, so schema. Why is schema below test? I think they should go here. I would even argue that they should go below this. Like this. Okay, schema. Diagnostic, tokenizer, uppercase schema. Huh. Schema.schema, huh? Genius idea. So then we also want to have pub const check compliance, check type compliance. Wait, how did I call it? Check schema compliance, but this was Ziggy.check schema compliance. No, this should be Ziggy.schema dot check type compliance. Yeah, that's nice, I think. Like this. Mark 1. What project are you working on? A few. If you're interested in like a entry point into what I'm working on, check out zine-ssg.io. It's a static site generator written in Zig, and I'm writing I don't know what to call them, like, well, other tools in the ecosystem that help you work with it and also do stuff with all the data types involved. So now I'm writing a specific subtype of schema checking. Yeah, compliance is not necessary. Just check type, I think is good. Okay, check type. T is a type. And then source is... Oh, you know what? Also, I was saying source, but maybe we shouldn't accept source. Maybe we should accept... well, no, you want... I guess let's do the basic API first. So what does this return? I guess void? Because we want to panic? No, we want to return an error. Like we want other tests to succeed in case. So built-in, and then we say, so let's see what's in built-in. Look at this. We have is test. Okay, then we do this. Then we do something like AST equals, man, I don't remember the API of this stuff anymore, but like to make an AST, we call schema, we call ast.init. What do you think about a new relational database like Postgres but written in Zig? Is there any benefit compared to C or Java? Man, well, I mean, you're picking up two languages that are like very far apart from one another. My answer is that a new relational database, if the only thing that changes is compared to an existing database is that you've written it in Zig, you really haven't gained necessarily much. Sure, there's potentially the benefit of maintainability. You could argue, if you think that Zig is more maintainable than C, which I do believe it's an objective truth to some degree, but there's certainly a big subjective component to that question. So, if the people that write databases prefer or like are perfectly fine with C or Java, I guess, then they should keep using what works for them. And maybe for some of them, moving to Zig would overall be a downgrade. So that part is not really that interesting. What is interesting is that if in the process of writing, what makes it interesting is if Zig makes it more accessible for you to write a database compared to having to do that in C. So it means that you, not necessarily like you as in learn programming, but you as a general you, plural you, if you would not have attempted to write a database, otherwise you would not have attempted to write a database in C, but then Zig makes it more accessible to you. And so Zig makes it feasible for you to write a database. And then you do a good job when it comes to, and then if after that you improve on status quo, then yes, that is interesting. So for example, I've written a static site generator. Writing a static site generator like the proper way, where you don't just glue a bunch of libraries together, but you go the full length, it's a ton of work. And I would have never attempted that in C, to be honest. And adopting Zig has made me do something that I would not have done otherwise. It works well for me. And I took this opportunity also to make my static site generator not exactly like the previously existing ones, but it made me attempt to innovate. So my static site generator is, not necessarily the ultimate static site generator. It's just a take on what a static site generator could look like. But compared to other static site generators in its same space, it does bring certain things to the table. One is speed. Zine is ultra fast. Hugo, which is considered already a pretty fast static site generator, is like, I don't know, a couple orders of magnitude slower than Zine. I'm introducing other things like LSP support and other things that other static site generators don't really have. So that makes this thing interesting. If I had written a Hugo clone, a one-to-one Hugo clone, but in Zig, no, that is not interesting. So I think that the crux of the question, like the point, is that Zig potentially enables more people, new people, to attempt serious projects. And when they do that, they also bring a new perspective to the table. They push forward the state of the art. That is what makes this interesting. What projects do you think Zig would excel at? Dev tools. 100% dev tools work dramatically better in Zig than in, say, Java. My static site generator is a kind of dev tool, or I've written an LSP, for example, an HTML language server, and I feel like most other languages would be a downgrade compared to Zig, especially if you look into languages that are like higher level. Like if you're trying to write a language server in Java, you kind of lost the game before even starting. Like before even writing down the first line of Java, you kind of already failed, with all due respect, because dev tools need to be fast, they need to be efficient, they need to not have weird dependencies. So like if your dev tool, if your language server requires to spin up the JVM, it requires to have the JVM installed and then to spin it up every time you want to start up an LSP, Jesus, it's going to take fucking forever. So I would argue that Java is absolutely the wrong tool for dev tools. Unless, I guess, you're writing something very specific to Java. If you're writing dev tools for Java, I guess it's fine. Although it's not always fine that way. Like, for example, if you're for JavaScript, I would argue that having dev tools for JavaScript written in JavaScript, it's still a bad idea. In general, you want to prefer systems programming languages, lower level programming languages to implement dev tools because you have requirements in terms of efficiency and reliability that you just cannot really fulfill by writing JavaScript, for example. Pyrite being written in TypeScript? The fuck is going on there? What's Pyrite? Is that type checking? Written in TypeScript? Like, yes, that to me seems a horrible idea. That is a problem that has plagued dynamic languages for a while now, right? Having, again, with all due respect for the devs that write Pyrite or whatever, having tooling that is at the end of the day kind of crappy to operate because it's like, yeah, like I have a Python project and then I need to download Node and have TypeScript support for running something for my Python project. Like, the fuck is going on there? TypeScript, which itself being re-implemented in Go. Yeah. Yes. What does Pyrite do? Oh, God. Microsoft, of course. Static type checker for Python. Okay, so it is type checking. Why the fuck did they write this in TypeScript? That is so dumb. Hey, Blurry Cat. It's Zelda and Chill Trilogy from Game Chops. Yeah, so yeah, sorry, with all due respect, this is a bad project. I'm sorry. Static type checker for Python, good idea. Static type checker for Python written in TypeScript, bad idea. By Microsoft, bad idea. With a fucking CLA, yeah, no, sorry, Microsoft, go fuck yourself. Go fuck yourself. Go fuck your stupid project and your CLA and your entire approach to open source. Like, no, sorry. No, no. Is there like a thumbs down that I can put somewhere? Fuck that shit. Nah, no. CLA. You can CLA these nuts if you want. Whatever that means. Oh, I can just do .init at this point, I guess. std.testing.allocator. So do we want to use the testing allocator? Honestly, the page allocator would be better. You know what? Let's go for performance. Do we have a default value? I think we should have a default value, right? We do. The data being parsed, this field should not be set manually by users. Okay. Path. A path to the file used to display diagnostics. If not present, error positions will be printed as line call. Yeah, let's leave it null, I guess. Okay. Also, this is going to return an error, won't it? So catch error. I think the error code we don't care much about. So how does the diagnostic want to be printed? Does it have FMT? Yeah, it does have format. Okay, so is it possible to call a Zig library in Lua, like calling a C library and utilize it in Lua? Yes, of course. From Zig, you can export C ABI compatible definitions of both functions and structs and other things. And just like you can import the C version of this stuff, you can import the Zig version of this stuff. It's fairly easy. You have to do pretty much the same thing in both languages. We can return the error directly, I guess. Okay. So then we do const schema equals so how does the schema work? We initialize it with a GPA with nodes, so not the full AST, node code and a different diagnostic. Nodes are usually AST nodes to own slice, and diagnostic can also be reused from AST parsing. Yes. VS or VS Code? Can I choose neither? Do I have to choose one of the or the other? If I have to choose one or the other, 100% VS Code. If there's like third option, definitely neither of the two. I'm assuming that they have the same structure, but I'm not sure. Is it actually the same thing that we can use twice? It is the same thing. So you know what? Well, no, putting it above is a bad idea, but we can do it like this. Okay, so we can reuse the same thing, which seems fine. Are you using custom ZLS version or is it the latest one? I am probably neither. I'm probably using a somewhat outdated ZLS version. I built ZLS last, I don't know, month or two ago. Something like this. So yeah, it's normal ZLS, just a little bit old, probably. Okay, so we now have access to a schema, to a loaded schema. So we have the root rule, we have all the literal rules, and then all the struct rules, etc. And now we can check, in theory, the type that we were given for compliance. So now we can check that T satisfies that. This is also making me realize that I'm not sure we should always start with the root type necessarily. Like, it could make sense. Sorry, I shouldn't, like, slouch. I'm gonna try to stay upright. Maybe there should be a way for people to say, well, you know what? Yeah, this is the full schema, but I'm actually trying to just to verify a subset of it. So can you check if, like, these like, I don't know what to call it. I guess it would have to be a type name or something like that. If only this, just check this sub thing against. But you know what? For now, just POC, like, just first iteration, let's just have the basic stuff work. This is going to be already super fun. Okay, so next. Next question is, how do we drive the checking? Who drives this? Is it the type reflection driving this? Or is it the schema driving this? I think it has to be the type driving this. So, yeah. Let's go do that. So, the idea is maybe we can, one thing that we can do is do like something like check type loaded schema or something. Whatever, later. Okay, so you give me the type. I guess we start by reflecting on the type, right? Also, this needs to be recursive to some degree. So basically we have to, what we're doing is, given this rule and this type, starting from the root type that we're given and the root rule, then we kind of want to do this stuff recursively. So we do need a separate function, just like a different one. Function check rule, maybe. So you give me a type. You give me probably source. Well, definitely schema. There's a hackathon and they had this chatbot topic. I don't know what to do. I told ChatGPT to make it and it did, but now I don't know how he did, question mark. Life is hard, huh? Life is indeed hard. You ask ChatGPT to make things, but then you yourself don't know how it made things. Well, on one end, you could like just not worry, and as they say, go with the vibes. Just go with the vibes. Let ChatGPT, let ChatGPT take control, right? Like ChatGPT, take the wheel. People used to say this about Jesus. Jesus, take the wheel. Honestly, I'm not even sure it's a downgrade. So yeah, life isn't Daijobu anymore. Yeah, life is hard. Oh man. Okay. So we have the type, we have the schema. I don't think we need GPA, but I might be wrong. Although no, we need to collect errors, right? We need to collect mismatches. Although, yeah, okay. Basically, what I'm thinking is that we need to collect mismatches, but we shouldn't go ham. Meaning, when we're checking a type, we kind of want to return an error at at a given level, and then we kind of want to bail out. I'll explain in a moment what I mean. But in any case, we probably do need a GPA. So let's do the GPA thing. So schema, I don't know, probably source. And then we're going to need diagnostics, which we don't have right now, but it's fine. And it's a new kind of diagnostic, I guess. Although, again, we could, you know what? Maybe we can just like do an early return and it would still work. Well, okay, so info is going to be, oh, we also need the rule, right? We need the full schema, sure, maybe, probably, but we also need the rule. Something like this. Okay, so info is going to be at type info of t switch info, and now we go ham over all the possibilities. Schema.rule. Oh, it's an index, so definitely not a pointer. And then we're gonna need to get the actual rule. So root is a rule index into nodes. What's in a node? The tag. What's in a tag? Root word expression, tag definition, enum definition, struct field dot comment. I'm gonna need to remember how this stuff works. Noob here, possibly a poor question. I've written a simple CLI tool that needs a simple config file. Shall I go for a Zone or Ziggy at the moment? I don't know. There's upsides and downsides to either choice. I would say that the safer choice is probably to use Zone because it's more standard in the ecosystem. But Zone is more limited. So if you feel like you could leverage the extra expressivity that you get from Ziggy, go for that. You should not expect huge breaking changes coming to Zone anytime soon because, well, it's a very minimal language and I think most of the work on it has been completed. While for Ziggy, version 001, so going forward, there will be changes. But here's what you get from Ziggy. You get schemas, for example. So here's one neat thing that you get from schemas. For example, for Bork, my chat client here, has a config file. And it's a Ziggy file. And well, I haven't updated the config file because the schema, because you see that it complains that YouTube doesn't exist. But I can do, for example, this. There's a Ziggy LSP, so I can say go to definition, and it brings me to the schema. And this copy of the schema is updated. How can I say? Since this software isn't exactly packaged well in my system, I'm just like running it locally. I'm developing it, so like this stuff goes out of whack sometimes. So you know what? Let's fix it on the fly. So this says YouTube equals true doesn't exist. Our root type is config. So this is basically, we need to do this. Enable YouTube support. full. There we go. So now if we quit and reload, now it doesn't complain about YouTube anymore. But if I do .foo, first of all, I get syntax support, but now it says, wait, what the heck is foo? I can do YouTube, and it says, well, it's a duplicate field. As I said, I can do go to definition. Oh no, I think Bork. Wait a second. I saw something. Something pooped itself. Test? Is it YouTube that pooped itself? Uh-oh, yes. YouTube pooped itself again. So we haven't solved our issue with YouTube. Just like before, something happened. Unknown field. Oh, wait, is this me breaking my config? I think this is me breaking my config. Unknown field. Did I do anything that I should not have done? No. Bork star return error. Bad YouTube refresh data. Interesting. So we're getting. Oh, this is, I think, the problem that we were hitting earlier. YouTube changes refresh data. Okay, sorry. I was demoing this stuff earlier, but I guess there's a new emergency that we need to look into first. So why is YouTube changing the schema of its stupid authentication types? Insane. In any case, the idea is Ziggy has some tuning around it. It's not yet very high quality. If I have to be honest, the LSP is there. You saw it work. So it can tell you duplicate field. It can give you syntax errors. It can give you go to definition to the schema. And I'm working on more tuning for the schema, but it's not exactly like perfect. So I don't know. You decide which one you want to go for. Like, I guess the idea is Zone, more solid, less expressive. Probably not going to need to change anything anytime soon. Ziggy, more incomplete, more featureful, but also not fully polished yet. So that's kind of the trade-off. What the heck is going on here, man? Bad YouTube refresh data. Error while parsing YouTube token refresh payload. Oh, I bet you that they added, this is the new thing that also wasn't there before. So refresh, I think it's in here. Yeah. Don't fuck with me. Why did it rebuild this fast? Did I have a build running in the background? I did not. So why did you rebuild this fast? Hmm? Okay. So YouTube is back up. Thanks a lot for your take. Keep up the amazing work. Yeah, no problem. Thank you. Okay. Well, let's see how it goes now. So we fix this. Fucking YouTube though. In any case, okay, so this is the Zine stuff that we were prototyping. Okay, now we're back here. So as I was saying, so our rule is an index into nodes. So we use AST nodes to define rules. We don't have a separate data structure. We have literal rule, we have struct rule. Struct rule contains a comment, a name, and fields, and literal rule. And these guys are, they're string array hash maps, where the key is, I guess, the name of that thing. So the idea is we go into AST nodes, and then we find what? We find the root role, the root node that will contain a name, and we put that in a string hash map. Is that it? By the way, I'm realizing that these things could definitely benefit from a string table. It's going to be delightful when we upgrade everything to string tables. But yeah, I think that's how it has to be. I mean, there's probably schema check. Is there no schema check? Is the LSP the only one? It's the CLI, right? Yeah. I guess this is where I implemented this stuff. Doc AST.check. Wait, checking is in the Ziggy AST. Oh. Yeah, no, in hindsight, I think this belongs to the schema, not to the document. But in any case, let's see how we do it. Doc root value index 1, so we statically know where the root is, which makes sense. And then we look at if the tag is stop comment, then we move to the next one. And that's going to be the root rule. And here we have, and so here we match on the stack the root rule with the document node. That makes sense. And then we pop rule and doc node, and we start matching them up. And when they are composite, we basically, like if it has like if it's a struct that has multiple fields, then or an array that has multiple elements, then we push on the stack an entry for each child, which makes sense. And in this way, we're also avoiding like recursion. We do still have a stack that grows, but in doing so, we are avoiding recursion. So yeah. Okay. So I think we want to copy some of this code. And we probably also want to keep the stack around. So I was putting this stuff in a separate function. But yeah, having an explicit stack is better than doing recursion, in my opinion. Could you recommend a beginner project to start with Zig? A CLI tool. I would say that probably dev tooling in general is a good space to look into for learning Zig. And, you can go for more complex tools like a parser, a language server. They're not incredibly complex, but, if you're super new, if you've never done any of this stuff, there is a little bit of a curve. But there's also certainly simpler CLI things that you can look into. So, yeah, I would look into some kind of CLI dev tool. Think of one that you particularly like, or one that you particularly do not like, and let that guide you. The one that you like, you can copy, imitate, take inspiration from, steal ideas from. The one that you do not like, you can attempt to improve on, I guess. My hobby project stopped building after the upgrade to 0.14. I'm getting an error from STD and no trace to my code. Any ideas how to approach this? Can you show me what output you get and / or give me a link to your repo? The output you can paste here. You can go to zigbean.io, and in here you can paste your output. If your project is a single file, maybe also share the source code as a separate zig bin. Otherwise, share a link to the repo if you can. If you share this stuff, I'll take a look. Stripper? What? Why is stripper a struct? I'm gonna take a look in a moment. Import character entity.zig. Allocator, stack, links. Oh, you do a bunch of stuff, I see. Entity auto translator. Underscore bag. What? There are those who claim that they have implemented code millions of times faster than the SED exclamation mark. Is this even possible, or is it just empty nonsense? Do you have a link? Millions of times faster than the STD. I mean, literal millions of times. So we're talking a 10 to the 6, 10 to the 6th power difference. That is a lot. I'm sure that it is possible to write faster code than the standard library, although, there's a ton of stuff in the standard library. So, like, what are we talking about? Data structures, search algorithms, other, I don't know, miscellaneous stuff, like an entire event loop. So it's like, it's a very general claim. It really would benefit from some extra specificity. Error, active union field pointer while field optional is active, constant slice. The fact that your Ziggy is called 014.0_2 is a little bit sus, but I don't think that you chose this. I think this is from Brew. That is kind of sus. Well, in any case, the question is, are you doing metaprogramming? Do you have any form of metaprogramming? So what it seems to me is that so this error here, access of union field pointer while field optional is active. It means that there is something that it expects to find an optional, expects to find a pointer, but then you give it an optional pointer. And you're probably, now that I think about it, you're probably giving this to an allocator. So that means that you have somewhere a free that is doing it wrong. For example, what does translate entity return? Translate entity returns a slice. So calling free on something returned by translate entity is fine. So this part is okay. Translated an entity buffer. God damn it, this thing. Also, maybe consider putting this at the bottom of the file so that you don't have to scroll through all of it before you can get to the actual code. Mm-hmm. Wait, there's some kind of self at some point. Where do you have this? Oh, here. So allocator char list. Any buffer char list. Where is char list defined? It's an array list, so you're good. I think this thing is probably good. Is crawler the main? Yeah, so this is the main. Okay, let's get into HTML strip. Does this guy have optional fields? This is optional, but this is not, but it's just a byte. So I think you have something that returns an optional pointer to something and then you try to free it. That's probably what's going on. Self-stack items, self-links items. Clear and free, clear and free, clear and free. Sorry, in any case, so here's one way of doing it. By the way, are you aware of this? Dash F, what is it? Reference trace. Run Zig build with this flag also enabled. And this should give you a reference trace for these errors. I could not get a trace. Also including by passing in F reference trace. That also caused the same problem. Let's do it here. So when you pass F reference trace, it gives you this reference here. So you can see that these happened from here, and this is HTML strip 327. See what's there? Allocator free, self-stack pop. Pop returns an optional. Zoom zoom. We found it. There we go. Yes, what changed is that, yes, there was pop and pop or null, right? Now pop or null doesn't exist anymore, and pop is pop or null. Yep. Okay. Back to the main stuff. So, blah, 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 docker root val, use an unclear identifier rule. Oh, this is like an old error, probably. Rules and then doc node. Oh. No, we don't do this. We don't do this. We do this. This becomes... Ooh, that is interesting. So can we put types into a stack? No, we can't. We cannot put types into a stack. We have to do this recursive necessarily. That is so funny. Man, I got this far and then I realized that, yeah, no, we cannot put a type into a stack. I guess we could have a comp time field that contains the type. But even then, not going to improve things dramatically. So I guess no stack. Try check rule. T schema, well, GPA arena schema source, and the rule is going to be schema.root. And that's it. If it's a comp time stuck, you can. Yeah, but the point is, I think that it does require comp time structs, and those are not probably going to be in the language forever, I suspect. So I'm not going to go down that path, and I'm just going to use normal recursion. Okay, let me go make myself some tea. By the way, so I'm happy that we found the problem for Procopton. So I hope that now you're going to be able to fix your stuff. And yeah, so we learned about F reference trace. That is a pretty good flag to use on occasion. And yeah, if anybody else has any other Z question, feel free to ask in the meantime. I'm going to be right back. Yo, Chucky. Hello, Chucky. Tina CMS. Content management systems? What? But I've never heard of Tina CMS specifically. What's that? Side docs and llamas, no dramas. Okay. Docs, cloud pricing, business for premium support, $250 a month. Jesus. So, content API, common queries, custom queries. I guess the idea is that I'm guessing that this is basically a database with a web interface and some WYSIWYG-ish maybe tooling to edit pages. And then what you plan to do is you query the database through its API. I see. So you mess it around. Sorry. So you access the data through its API. You materialize that data as SMD files on disk, and then you invoke Zine on that, right? That would be the system. Okay, let's continue our quest to make this stuff work. So we look at the type info. We also need to grab the actual rule. And apparently the rule is just a node. And it's been a while since I worked with this stuff. So does schema own the AST? Well, it owns nodes. Okay. So we do schema dot nodes add rule, and then gives us a node. So I guess we'll see what we do with that later on. So then we look at the type info of T and we say, for example, if T is, I guess we can think of simple cases like maybe we could even have a pre-switch for common cases to simplify things, something like switch T, and if T is, for example, const U8 or U8, it's a string, so we'd have like the string fast path, void fast path probably. Then what else? Maybe usize. I don't know. In any case, for now, let's do the type info based approach. Okay, so info is gonna be dot. Let's do struct, which I think is the most important use case for now. So okay, we found out that that it's a struct. So so that means that we are trying to validate the top thing as being a struct. So now, what does that mean for us? What we expect is that current node. So first of all, I suspect that this node will not contain what we want for now, because the root node will probably point at a root expression thing, and the root expression probably has as a single child the name of the root rule, probably, which we probably want to turn into the actual concrete definition itself as a starting point. Hmm. How do we do this? I guess it's here. Basically, we don't pass down schema.root, but we say root node is schema nodes at schema.root. And then we do first child ID. I guess I need to go back to where we build the AST and remember how this stuff works. When we're building the AST, if we find root on the root keyword, then we're going to add a root expression as a child. And then we give to root expression a underscore expression child. This freaking AST. So that means that we need to go deep twice. Does not have any kind of behavior. Node has add child. Okay, that is not what I was expecting. It has parent, it has get ID. You were working on an IRC server? What? Okay, root expression. Parent AST nodes add child. Tag definition. Add child tag definition. Oh, right, because we expect that to be the next thing. Yeah, okay, I get it. Okay, so that means that we have to do this. We have to do we're gonna, oh man, this is gonna suck so much. So root node, then const root expr node. Root type. Okay, so with this we have the root type name, but then we need to get the type description. Okay, so I guess basically there are two possibilities here. That this expression is I guess we need let's check at the things where so this expression is gonna turn into a what token try st.next. Token must be identifier. Okay, I don't know what's going on, but this, I think, is not something that we worry about. So it could be any, it could be unknown, it could be bool, it could be int, it could be float, it could be bytes, it could be struct. Where's struct? Oh, which would be an identifier. And the identifier defines like a struct name, basically. With Git authentication, so you don't have any nickserv bullshit. It's up and running at chat.dev. Wow. Man, I wish this link detection worked also like this. It's on me. I have a simplistic link detection thing, and I could do better, but I didn't. Apollo. Hi, Loris. I saw it. Wait, I saw it for a moment and then it went away. What happened? Wait a second. Refresh. It disappeared. Yeah. Might be. Yeah, might be cache. Cool. Full Apollo test. Okay. Cool. Nice. So this is not exactly a type. This is more like a root expression. And what do we say here? Well, it can be either any or unknown, and we don't care. If it's bool or one of the other things, I guess we could switch on that, basically. I guess we could switch on that, but also, I guess we always, that's where we start from, I guess. Yeah, okay, so root expert, that's what we want here. So that's what we pass down, I would say, I think. Either that or the ID. I think we should pass down the ID. Root expert node dot node. How did this happen? Okay, so this is schema rule. Node is going to be schema rules rule. Okay, node. And then we need to switch on node. Node dot kind. So for example, if this is a bool, then we need to answer that t is bool. So so if t different than bool, then we want to do something. I guess we can just straight up print. This is obviously not how it should be done at the end of the day, right? This needs to be streamlined, ideally made more generic, but as a starting point. So we can do the same for a bunch of different things. We could also have a map that maps these identifiers to the type that they correspond to. Although for some it's simple. So for example, bool is simple, but then for a bunch of other ones it's not as simple. So for example, we have bytes. Bytes means either this or, which means and. Also this. Then there's also there's also numbers. So I think it's .int. And for int is something different. So for int is going to be something like this. Do we even have the distinction? Is it just number in our case? I don't even remember. No.kind is not a thing. What's it called? Tag. Okay, tag. We do have int, we do have float. Okay. Okay, so this all makes sense. And then we have dot identifier. And if it's an identifier, then we know it's a struct. So if it is an identifier, then we want to check the struct, which means that we basically do this, and this goes in here. And like else, we say, I don't know, something like this. Expected struct found whatever that is. If it is a struct, then we need to check fields, right? So something like this. I think we have enough to get started. We do need source, I believe, because, for example, for identifier, we're not doing this now, but for identifier, we're going to need to grab the identifier thing itself. So we are not going to need GPA, it seems, because we're just going to blurt out the errors right away. So for now, let's simplify this. That's fine. Source we are going to need. So I'm going to do it like this. Okay, I think we can try this stuff out. Like we can add tests to it, and we can basically test this out. So const case is gonna be some schema, and then the type is gonna be, I don't know. T is gonna be, I don't know, bool, and so type is gonna be bool. In my case is gonna be root equals bool. Which is valid Ziggy schema, I believe. So we can do try, check, rule. No. Check type. Type is T. And the source is going to be keys. We see how it goes. I need to go in root and wire these into our tests. Okay, let's see how this goes. Bracing for impact. Because for sure something's going to be wrong. Value of type ignored. Yeah, sure. You're right. Diagnostic is not marked pub. Is it defined in root? It's defined in Ziggy diagnostic. Okay. That's another one. Okay, so that's how it is. So like this. I think, maybe. Expected type consuate found. Another consuate. Oh, snap. My parser crimes catching up to me. Check type. Source has to be :0. Null termination. Let's go. Expected type constant schema node found array list, blah, blah, blah. Yep. Dot nodes, dot items. There we go. Expected type use size found schema rule. Oh. Dot ID. Dot node. Okay, interesting. What a shitty name. God damn it. Such shitty naming conventions that they came up with in the past. Holy cow. Expected type const schema found schema. Yes. Expected type schema rule found U32. Yeah. Okay, there's a bunch of addendum enumerations. Yeah, that is fair. Else, panic, to do, delightful. My favorite type of code. Expected type void found error validation. No field named int. Ouch. Integer. Oh, come on, dude. Oh, lowercase. Right. I remember now. We're hitting a panic to do. How? We're only checking this, which is a bool. How are we hitting a panic to do? God damn it. Tag name. Ba-ba-ba-ba-ba-bum. Root expert. What? Root expert? How the heck are we landing on root expert? Are we not doing this right? I bet you that one of these motherfuckers is set to 0 and we're not checking for that. Let's take a look at what check does. Check so far is the only piece of code that knows how to navigate that AST. No, it's actually ast.check. Weirdly enough, that knows. So, man, so many bad choices. I don't know. I don't know what was up with me. So we do the stack. This doc nodes stuff is not interesting. We pair rule and doc node, and then what happens? lm rule node. We grab this rule, and then we say if doc node tag. We don't care about doc node. We only care about rule. Optional, array, map, struct union, identifier, tag, bytes, int, float, bool, any unknown. Wait, what the fuck? Rule.tag is clean. How is this so clean? How is this so clean? We always start from 1. Do we not? No, that's the document. We always start from rules.root. Really? So root is not set at random, it's set. Okay, you know what? I'm basically using it in the wrong way. I'm being kind of a dum-dum. We're passing. Success. Let's fail. Let's watch us fail. There we go. Error validation failed. Expected int found bool. What if I put something wrong? Now I expect this to fail at the analysis level. Error while analyzing Ziggy schema. Line 1, column 8. Unknown field errors arsed. Found here. Yep. Okay. So now this works. Now we can have another one for like int, for example. So, oh, well, this can be like, we can do it like this. Fees is going to be usize i16, u22, u0, u1, i0, i1, I don't know, u64, i64, just, you know, just to have some good variety. Okay, so we're passing this one as well. Let's have one where we fail. So let's add a failing test. Let's introduce structs, or maybe arrays. Let's do structs. Simple struct. So simple struct. Run this, should fail. I think we can even do Ziggy test watch. Check this out. Okay, so it fails, and the failure is test simple struct expected bool found simple struct. Yeah, so let's change this to foo, and then I think it's like this, right? Struct foo, and we want it to have, well, no, it struct buzz, I guess. Let's do it like this. Const foo contains bar and buzz. So this should work in theory. I mean, I would expect this to fail. Right. Oh no, but like this we don't see. We don't see the failures. We're passing. Oh, you know what, we're passing because we like, okay, yeah, we're passing. Okay. We're passing because we're not like failing here, although we should fail. So, or rather, we don't have the checking yet. Let's implement it. So how does it work? So, if the rule is an identifier, then we check for rule. Can we call it rule? No. Struct rule is going to be schema dot structs dot get, and the key is going to be the identifier. So it's going to be what, node dot source. I don't remember. And then or else, and then we complain if it's missing. Although, wait, no, we cannot. It should not be the case. We should assert its presence, because if this is an identifier that we don't recognize, then it should have been caught by the analysis phase. So we know that this thing should be there. Yeah, so how do we get an identifier string thing? It has a lock thing. So we can do lock.source. And this one's the code. Okay, and so after that we can say, yeah, so that we use this as a key into structs. We have the rule, the struct rule. What's in a struct rule? Comment, name, and fields. string array hash map unmanaged. So we do basically for sr.fields. Actually, it has to be the other way around, right? So we have to check that all fields that we see in our type are mentioned in there, and that we don't have any remaining ones that don't exist. This is going to be ugly and annoying. So we are going to need, I think, some kind of like bit set, basically. I guess we can make it an array of bools for now. So var scene fields is going to be an array of length s.fields.len. I think s also has fields. Yes. Perfect. Fields.len of bool equals. I think we can do it like this. So is zeros a thing? Zero is with an e. Okay. Okay. So these zeros in fields, and then for each field, so this needs to be an inline for. So we say. Actually, let me think about it for a moment. Scene fields. Is this running a comp time? Yes, it has to. It has to. To be precise, this is not entirely running a comp time. But some of it is structured as comp time metaprogramming. It has to, because we're doing reflection on types. This is actually wrong. So these SCD-mem zeros, this thing cannot be the fields of our type, because we are driving these kind of the other way around. What we're doing is we are looping over our fields. And what we want to make sure is that our fields cover the schema fields, not the other way around. We do not want the schema fields to, and also we don't even want a one-to-one mapping. What we want is that our struct fields are all present inside of the schema. Does that mean that we do need heap allocation after all? I think that does mean that we need heap allocation after all. Ba-ba-ba-bum. Ba-da-ba-ba-ba-bum. So this can be const. Scene fields is going to be a std. Is going to be arena.alloc bools bork dead. It's not. It takes a while for messages to get to bork from bork to the screen. It takes up to 5 seconds, because I cannot poll YouTube more frequently. If I do, I'm gonna exhaust my like daily tokens in like the blink of an eye. I can't do anything about it. I'm sorry. Okay, so we initialize an array on the arena. Based on that, I think we should do it like this. Skipped one YouTube message. Did it? On my end, it did not. Although, you know what? What's funny is that there are some messages from you that I do see in Bork and that I do not see in my normal chat. I think this YouTube chat is like ultra bad. I'm sorry. It's like it's shit all the way down. I think you're currently kind of, I don't know what to call it, like rate limited maybe even or something. Oh, you moved to Twitch. Oh yeah, you're right. These are Twitch messages. You're right. So yeah, no, never mind. But no, these messages here are not missing. Is Zig have reflection? Yes, it does. Zig does have comp time reflection. So for the fields in our schema, we want to say want to try to grab that field from there. What do we do if it's not present? Our type has a field that is not present in the schema. Well, here's what we need to do. To do, check for skip fields. We're not doing this, but we need to check for skip fields. And then we do this. Let me think about it for a moment also. I'm making an array for this. I'm not sure I even need to do that. Let me think about it. What we want is for all fields mentioned in the schema to be present in our type. Our type could have extra fields, and if so, we only care. Well, right now we're going to have a route right away, but then we're going to need to check also for if it's a field that we are explicitly ignoring. Do you think Zig is good for algorithm development? What? I'm sorry, what does this question even mean? Can you name a language that is not good for algorithm development? I'm not even sure what algorithm development even means, because like algorithm is a fairly abstract word, and like pretty much everything that you do with a computer is an algorithm. So brain fuck. Whiteboard is good for algorithm development. Yeah. I have a tiny question with Ziggy. Sure, go for it. So in any case, I don't know how to answer the algorithm question. Like in Rust, to use recursion seems very hard. Is it? I mean, I don't think the recursion by itself is particularly hard in Rust. If it's just recursion, I would suspect that Rust lets you do recursion without any trouble. If you have some kind of recursion on a type, and then you are doing weird stuff with the lifetime of variables or like chunks of that type or whatever, then maybe it is a problem. And so it's not like recursion as in the function is recursive. It's more like the data type is recursive. Like it wants to hold a pointer to itself or something. I don't know. But yeah, we don't have a borrow checker. So I stringify the data and I put the data into a fixed buffer stream. Is there a way to get the length of how much Ziggy wrote into the buffer? Yes. You wrap your fixed buffer stream into a counting writer. Also, a fixed buffer stream. I think that even without a counting writer, I think the fixed buffer stream should allow you to know how much of it is occupied. So while my answer probably works, I would suggest you look more into fixed buffer stream, because fixed buffer stream should not try to keep a secret to you how much of it it's like written. Yep, it has a pause field. There's also get pause. It can return an error, but then it doesn't. Oh my god, this code. Okay. Yeah, just do dot pause. We need fuzzy search in Autodocs. We used to have fuzzy search, but Andrew didn't like it. So we don't have it anymore. Maybe we'll return back one day somehow. So fields. So as I was saying, yeah, we want to check that we cover all of them. So how do we map then back a 0 here? I guess it's like a positional thing. So we want to get index, I think. So we want to do struct rule dot fields dot get index. Yes. Get index of what? Of f dot name. And if this returns null, this is where we want to check for skip fields, I guess. Or, well, I mean, not necessarily could even do that early. So in any case, or else, and then we complain and we say, I think we can do it like this. Like type dot field not present in schema. Kind of a shitty error message, but that's a starting point. So it's going to be type name, and then it's going to be f.name. And we return error validation. Boom. So if it was there and we found it, then we do scene fields at idx equals to true. And then once we're done looping, then we do for scene fields plus index. If not seen, then we say that this struct is missing field. We can do it like this. Struct. Also here, struct something, something. No. Okay, struct is missing field something. And this something is going to be sr.fields.get key. Find the actual key associated with another key. No. By index. I don't remember. Can we get a key from an index? Get key pointer. There's all the adapted stuff, but oh, you know what? I think I'm doing something dumb. If we have an index, we just do fields.entries.items.key at index idx, and that's going to be the key, and that should be a string, and so we should be happy with this. And then fuck it, and then we return error.validation. Okay. Then, so with this, we have checked for all this stuff. And then what's nice is that we can do this. Defer scene fields dot, arena alloc free. Arena.free scene fields. That's nice because that means that we are gonna actually free this memory for real. And then what we do is that we loop again and we check those fields for their types, I think. So the reason why I'm doing this is because this genuinely allows me, by looping twice, this genuinely allows me to free that thing from the arena without keeping it there, because otherwise there is no way of freeing it. That said, is this really the end of the world if we do not free this stuff? Yeah, you know what? Fuck it. Who cares? So here, basically, we're checking that everything exists, and then after this, then we recurse and we do try check rule. Type is going to be f.type. Wait, why am I looping over struct rule.fields? That's wrong. This needs to be s.fields. And it has a name and it has a type. So this is the type. Arena is the same arena. Schema is the same schema. Source is the same source. And the rule is going to be what? It's going to be that value. And what even is that value? Name rule help. Right, name rule help. So it's going to be that dot rule. Well, we can say this is field, and then we do field dot rule. And that's it. That's it. Okay, so let's see how far we get with this. Error. So we need a try over the allocation. Expected type error validation found error out of memory. God damn it. Yes, we're ooming now. Should we oom? Honestly, I'm kind of thinking that we should fatal oom. I think there is no point. All right. Otherwise we don't do anything. Okay, with this we are not returning anymore. Oh no, is this the... Am I getting myself in the same endless bug that I found the other time? Oh god, I triggered that same bug. Ah, man. I hope they fixed it in new Zig. Okay, fuck it. We return validation and out of memory. Success. Okay, so now we're succeeding. Let's watch the test fail though. For example, what if the Struct has box? And actually, you know what? Let's add it actually as a failing test. Well, as a test that expects failure. So this is not a try anymore, but this is std testing.expect error. Validation. Actual error union name type. Okay, let's see how that goes. Error union is ignored. Oh yeah. So now it succeeds, but we have the print and whatever, it's fine. So let's see, schema check type test simple struct missing field.foo is missing field box. That works. So we have that. Let's do the inverse. Here we have box, but here we don't have box. Oh, duplicate test name. So missing field in type, missing field in schema. So it works. The second one also complains. Also, we're not even putting new lines in these things. God damn it. So let's see. Footer box not present in schema. Okay. So this all works. Let's add another one. Let's add support for skip fields. So it's pub const Ziggy options. And the way it works is that it has pub const skip fields. I don't remember how skip fields works. Let's steal this code from page. Actually, I can name this foo. Foo as an identifier here doesn't exist because the struct definition is inside of in the body of a function, basically. Kind of interesting that Ziggy stores enums as strings. Well, you could argue that there could be a way of saying, I declare this as an enum, and then I serialize this enum either as the variant name or like the enum number. My original idea was to always use the explicit name, and instead reserve the index value for the binary data format. So the original idea of Ziggy was also to have a binary data format that is meant to be compact and leave the text format to be like not compact at all, and be and like prioritize readability and accessibility for the text format over performance. And if when you need performance, you use the binary schema. That was the idea, or something along those lines. I don't know. Okay, so now we should be failing. We should be failing because we don't expect an error. We expect this to succeed, but now we do fail. Yeah, we do fail because it says, wait, footer box is not present in schema, but it's a skip field, so we know that we want to ignore it, but we don't have support for this. So let's implement support for this. How does it work? The way it works is that basically, if this thing is in skip fields, then we want to ignore it. That's how it works. As simple as that. So the way it works is that if has the echo if has the echo s, well, or sorry, t, and then the echo is Ziggy options, and has the echo t.ziggy options skip fields, then we do for t.ziggy options dot skip fields, if string to enum of f.name dot question mark is sf. Actually, can string to enum specify? We need to specify the enum, right? Yes. I guess we can do type of. Well, no, we need to do std.meta. Struct. What is this? Field enum. There we go. Let's see how far we go. Count time control flow inside runtime block. I think I have a vague memory of this being a problem, but I don't remember how to solve this. Is this it? Comp time? I remember encountering also this before. Unable to evaluate comp time expression. No. Really? I guess we can do the inverse. Let's do the inverse then. Let's do if com time std.mem.equal u8 tag name OSF with f.name. Do you like this? No, enable to evaluate com time expression. Tag name of skip field. Oh, it's because it's does this need to be an inline for? Yeah, it needs to be an inline for. That's the problem. Probably the other way around would also have worked. I don't know which one of the two is more efficient. In any case, we are now succeeding. We're now passing the test. You can use add field to cast a string to enum. You are right. And that might not be a bad strategy. Let me try. This can actually be done, can be hoisted. What's happening here? Yeah, that's actually a pretty good suggestion. Let's see if it works. Content control flow. This is again runtime, but inline, and it's not runtime anymore. There we go. Not bad. I like it. I'll take it. This seems pretty decent. Thank you, Andrew. That was a pretty good suggestion. Again, I have no idea which one of these approaches ends up being less bad for the compiler, but it seems fine. Let's see. Got an interesting Ziggy error. All cases of union types.value must be of struct type. Yeah, so low by Fox. Currently, in Ziggy, you can only create unions of structs. Which part of it is runtime? This for not being an inline for. This is so. This is something that Emlag was saying that it's not. How can I say? This could work if like this error that complains that this for is not an inline for is slightly too restrictive. Emlag was saying that this is a restriction that could totally be lifted. But in any case, this is what it was complaining about. The fields have to be a struct? Yes. Currently, yes. In the future, I'm not sure. But for now, yeah, yes. There's also an explanation on the Ziggy website why this restriction is in place. So if you look at documentation, struct unions, it will explain why it's like this. I don't want to lose these properties explained in here. But I might want to give people a little bit more flexibility. We'll see. Okay, so Ziggy options, skip fields, blah, blah, blah. Okay, so we actually implemented a good chunk of the stuff that we needed. So what are we missing that is like big? We're missing basically optionals and arrays. And I think we're kind of done. And we could say that if it's any or unknown, like any or unknown, if it's any or unknown, we just return. Like we literally ignore them. Um, okay. So we need array and optional. Give me a sec. I'll be right back. And then we're going to implement those. And after we're done implementing these, here's what I'm thinking. I'm going to actually update Zine to check my schema usage against my type. And spoilers, I'll tell you right away, we're not going to pass that check because the schema is slightly out of date, maybe even more than slightly. It's a little bit out of date compared to what the actual type is that I'm using. Can you scroll up a bit? Sure. And so this is gonna be a good opportunity for us to fix our schema. I'll be right back. Okay. So what were we saying? So we had the support for that, then optional. Is this gonna be it? Let me see. Yeah, that's optional. Oh, right. We have to deal with this. These are the cases that we need to implement still. So let's put, wait, no, this, no, they actually can be used there for sure. Yeah. Okay. Okay, we probably want to keep map next to identifier, want to keep struct union also nearby. And then like this, and then we put optional here. Okay, so optional. What do we do if this thing is an optional? Then the question is our type an optional? If our type is different than an optional, we complain. And otherwise, and then after that, we need to like go deeper. So we need to say, uppercase optional. You're right. It's a lowercase optional, isn't it? Yeah. So if it's not an option, we complain. And what else? What else? What else? What else? What else? I think we want now to navigate to the child, right? So I'm guessing it's going to be the first child. I hope so. Let me think. Yeah, because if it's optional, it's a question mark, and then we can navigate into it for sure. And actually, we don't want to navigate to it. We just want the ID because then that's what we're going to pass down. So we're going to do try, check, rule. Type is going to be, we probably want to keep these around. And then here we do info.child, info.optional.child. There we go. Okay. Can Ziggy parse enums? I'm getting syntax error. And yet I fed it with what I got from Stringify. Oh. Well, so that's what happens when you use a v0.01 thing. So enums currently are probably the worst part about Ziggy, and that's what the thing that I want to change the most. But currently enums are expressed scalar values. Enums should be expressed like this basically. They're tagged strings, and their tag is the name of the enum. Well, in Schema, they're defined like this. Let's see, basic types, optional arrays, maps, custom types, enum definition. So this is an enum definition in a schema. So this is the Ziggy schema, not the Ziggy document. So this is the schema, and it's a tagged literal. So this is an enum basically that you're seeing here. If Stringify writes them down as anything other than strings or tagged strings, then Stringify is wrong. And if that is the case, I blame their Teufel, who made the mistake of wanting to contribute to the project. I believe that some of it was written by him. And to be honest, this enum stuff was always kind of fuzzy. I never explained it well. I never maybe even understood it well, you could argue, which is why I want to change it. But so, sorry. It just gave me the name of the enum in string. You might need to paste some example to explain. Like if it is in quotes, then it is correct. Like an enum should become a string, basically. Okay, check rule. Sent it in Discord, okay? Why are you posting this stuff in general? Oh, man. If it's bytes, then it is correct. Bytes is an enum. If you're getting syntax error from this, I don't know. Yeah, you can put it on in Zigbee, for example. But let me think about it for a moment. You don't seem to have a syntax error in there. This all seems fine. You have a struct at the other level. You have an array with a trailing comma. Yes, please continue the discussion on Twitch, because people in general are going to be very confused because there is no context to what you're posting there. And Yeah, and you can use Pastebin, you can use Zigbin, whichever you like more. Okay, what were we saying in the meantime? We were saying that we were doing optional stuff. Okay, so optionals should be done. So let's test for this. Optional at root. We do not expect an error. And then we want like some kind of nested optional. And this is also one that does not expect an error. This should succeed. Now let's make one that fails. So here we do expect a failure. And yeah, I think this is enough. So there's no any KW. Is it just any? Yeah, I guess KW is in the tokenizer. What? We YOLO succeeded. Holy shit. First try. Error syntax. I see. Must any next token tags. Next must any tag identifier tag. Yeah, I think the problem. Next must identifier. Yeah, I think this is a discrepancy between what the serializer and yeah, you can, if you do that, you will get a better picture. But I can see it here. So what's happening is that while parsing an enum, it expects to find an identifier. I think it's expecting to find at identifier and then the string in parentheses, and it's not finding that, and that's what's causing the error. So yeah, I'm sorry, kind of sucks. This part is kind of sucky. Here's my recommendation. What you can do for now is also, wait, syntax error? Wait a second. That's also weird because this is not related to the schema, right? This is just related to the Ziggy, to the normal Ziggy parsing. So wait a second. Can you put in a Zigbin? Oh no, wait, you already gave me the source. So let me copy this source and try it out myself, I guess. Oh. Oh, I guess I can run FMT on it. So FMT run successfully. Oh, no. Okay. I understand what's going on. You are providing, you're calling parse leaky, and you're providing a type that specifies that there should be an item, and we're not accounting for that possibility. Okay, so here's what's missing in parser. What we're missing is that we have parse value, we have parse enum. In parse enum, we're calling this. We're saying we're expecting to be past the at, but we're actually not even there, which is kind of interesting because we're skipping first token. I see. So I think it should be like this. Um, I'm gonna fix it for you now, so don't worry. I'm gonna push a change, and then you can pull, and it should work. I guess we can switch first token. Maybe bytes. No, string. Okay, let's double check. If the first token is an at, so this goes here. So if the first token is an at, then we want to skip over the identifier and the left parentheses. And we expect this to be like this. If it's a string, we're good because we're already at the string. Otherwise, we return an error. So after that, we grab the enum string, and then we skip over the right parentheses, but only if we start with an at. Okay. We do pass tests, so it seems that we haven't broken anything horribly. So I'm gonna add just the parser, I guess. We don't need to change anything else. well, to commit anything else. Okay, try now, low byte fox. Hopefully I got it right first try. How embarrassing would it be if I didn't? Well, actually, oh no, you know what? Actually, I did fuck it up. I can already see that I did fuck it up. God damn it. Token next must dot string. Uh, underscore next max LP. Yeah, okay. Never mind. Force pushing like a boss. Yeah. Okay, now it should be good. Maybe. Try it out. Let me know how it goes. Okay, we were doing this. So apparently we got optional right away. So that's cool. Let's do the other ones. Hey, Mezach, thank you. Thank you for the $5 to the Zig Software Foundation. Much appreciated. Okay, so works fine. Neat. So if it's a map, if it is a map, then if it is a map, what should be a type that corresponds to a map? That part I'm not sure. So we'll need to think about it. Because you could put a Zig, some kind of Zig string hash map of some kind or something. I don't know. Okay, you know what? I guess we'll see. Then there's struct union and array. Let's do array, and that one is going to be, I think, the easiest. So if the rule says that it's an array, then we need to find the child rule. Well, no, actually, we need to check that the current type is also some kind of array. So how do we do this? We expect this to be if info is different than dot. Well, I guess we need to switch on it. Want to switch on info? I think at this point, we might very well want to do this. Switch type info t up here, and we say if it's an array, then we're good. If it's a pointer, then we need to check some stuff on it. Else is gonna be bad. We want to do this. Okay, so if it's an array, we want to do this. We want to do try check rule for array.child, and then arena schema source, and then the rule is gonna be node.first child ID wrapped in a node. Yeah. And if it's a pointer, it's going to be try. Well, no, this is going to be more complicated. If it's a pointer, then the question is if pointer.size different than many. I don't remember how that works. One many slice C. Slice. Okay, and then we check this rule. And then what do we do after this? So we have array, we have pointer, we have anything else. These are the two cases basically where this where we might want to worry about this stuff. Then so now we support array. I guess we can do we build? And then we want to add more tests for it. So actually, a fee size array, is that okay? I don't know. Maybe yes. Well, 10 U size and slice of U size. And in this case, we want to say root equals array of int. Let's do it also like this. There we go. So this is array. Then maybe let's do an array with a failure, with an error in it. I guess I'm gonna copy it from here. We're fading. What's happening? Expected optional found bool. Correct, because this is this case. We're expecting a failure. And now we succeed. Okay, so this is also succeeding. So we now support arrays correctly. I think we're missing struct unions and maps. Now, for maps, is winning me money. I think it's winning more money. I think your cat is winning more money for Jeff Bezos than me, but thank you, I guess. um, so map is a little bit complicated because a map forces a homogeneous value type. I don't know if you can check map. You know what? I think this is going to be a panic to do. Struct union. So how do we tackle struct union? So a struct union, basically we need to check every possible variant, every field. And we say, we look at, well, so the other side has to be a union. If info is different than union, then we complain. Expected expression found dot. Or what do you mean? Oh, I know. There you go. Okay, so we need that. Okay, and then we need, we basically need this. We need for every field in that union and for every field in our union of structs. And we know that it's going to be basically all children are going to be simple identifiers. So it's like this. Also, we need a one-to-one mapping. So we need to do this. We need to do, oh man, how is this going to work? We kind of need to build a single array hash map of this thing. Is this right? Because we are forced to have the outer loop be driven by type reflection. So our outer loop has to be an inline for over different variants of our type. Well, different fields of our type. And then we need to search those somewhere. And right now we don't have that somewhere because in our thing, the union of things is it's just a list of things. Which is kind of bad if you think about it. We probably would want to have an acceleration data structure that we keep around, but you know what? We can leave that as a to do. And what do we put in there? Boolean. So we create this array, then for or while IDX is going to be no.first child ID. Well, IDX is different than 0. guess we can also assert. So while IDX is different than 0, you know what? We can do it better. And we can put it there. Then why IDX is different than 0. And then at every loop, IDX equals schema dot nodes at IDX dot next ID. Okay. So we have that, and then yeah, we keep going forward, and then we do try cases dot gop. Do we gop? No, we don't gop because yeah, that's funny. You know, that is so funny because we already have done this necessarily in schema. This is so silly. So when checking, where's the thing where we validate a snippet string, analyze rule, struct union. Yeah, look at this, scene names. We do create this shit. We do create this shit. We should just keep it around, honestly. It's really dumb that we don't keep it around. It is really dumb that we do not keep it around. Scene names is a string hash map of U32s. Oh well. So cases dot get or put. Wait, do we get or put? Do we get or put? Well, we can actually put, right? We are guaranteed to be able to put. Put no clobber. Okay, what's the key? The key is gonna be schema.nodes IDX. Actually, we can do it like this. Put case, value is false. We could even pop from this thing. Yeah. Okay, so we put no clobber. And then with this, we have initialized cases. So we have the hash map done, and then once we have the hash map done, we can do the inline for. Inline for, so this is going to be info, well, it's u dot fields, right? Yeah, it's a union field. What's a union field? Name type alignment. Okay. So for each union field, we do this. We do pop, I guess. So I'm going from booleans to pushing and popping. It's interesting. Why am I guided towards this style? It's because it has to be a hash map, while previously it wasn't a hash map. No, it was a hash map. We were just not modifying it because it wasn't owned by us. Well, in this case, it is owned by us. Okay, in any case, so fields. If cases.pop removes the last, no, swap remove. Swap remove f of name. Returns true if an entry was removed, false otherwise. So if it wasn't there, then we want to complain. In union something. Well, let's just put it this way, like case s missing in type in union type type name, and the case is f.name. There we go. So we do this, and then after we're done, we check if there's anything. If cases or while. Wait, I think this already is backwards. What I'm saying here is that there is a case in union type, case in union type doesn't exist in schema. Yeah. So we're saying that there's a case in the type that doesn't exist in the schema. And here we're doing the opposite. Case, schema case, schema union case, something is missing in union type, blah, blah. What is a key v? Oh, just straight up key v. Okay. Remaining. Okay. Cyberfart, thank you for the prime sub. Okay. Blah, 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 blah. So with this, we support we support this case. I I think that's it, basically. We check that all the cases in our type are covered. They all exist. Technically, no. So here's something wrong that I'm doing. Because I'm complaining. I guess the point is, so in this case, oh, this is interesting. This is another philosophical interesting point. What is the implication if my type has a case that doesn't exist in the schema? The implication is that I can actually parse everything. Everything that conforms to that schema, I can parse. I am a superset. But that means that you cannot serialize this type. And so the question really is, are you checking for parsing only, for serialization only, or for both? That is the point. In reality, we do want an extra field here where we say, wait, mode. And the mode is parse, serialize, both, something like this. Yeah, and depending on what it is, then the choices have to be different when it comes to checking for compatibility. Oof. Okay, so let's pass mode down. And let's see what happens. So if it's optional, for example, oh man, this is delightful. For example, the schema says that a field is optional. But if my type is not optional, I still can serialize correctly. I cannot deserialize, but I can serialize. So if info is different than optional and mode is different than dot serialize, then we complain. Let's see, mode equals serialize means that we will always, well, you know what, I'm not going to put a comment there, but yes, if mode is serialize, then it doesn't matter if we're not an optional. What matters is if the child matters. And I think we need to also change this based on mode. So we're going to need to switch on mode first, I think. So dot serialize, we do one thing, else we do everything else. And I think it's kind of like this. If the mode is serialize, if we only worry about serialization, if you only worry about serialization, then our type can be non-optional. So it needs to be like this. If info is different than optional, then we check rule T. Else we do it like this. And since we're doing this else in both cases, then we can, I guess, take this out of the entire thing. And here we just return. This is an earlier return. If it is optional, then we do info optional child. Okay, this should be correct. Non-optional type can coerce to optional. I think that's a good explanation. Okay, perfect. Then array. I think array we're fine. Technically, if we wanted to be evil, we could even argue that if the scene needs to be an array, but in our case it's not an array, it's a single element, then we can always serialize our single element into an array of one element. But now we're like probably adding a little bit too much magic, and like a few things are going to be foot guns. Struct union. Here's where things get interesting. So struct union, we were saying, if my type has extra cases, then serialization is going to be potentially a problem, but deserialization is not going to be a problem. Vice versa, if my type, I think there might be also, wait, I might be missing something also here in optional. A non-optional type can always coerce to optional. But if it is deserialize, oh, if it is deserialize, I think there might be, oh my god, I'm kind of going insane. I'm kind of going insane, honestly, though. I think I might be attempting something that is a little bit too fancy. In any case, I'll be right back. Give me a second. Okay, I'm back. So we're saying struct union, depending if you only want to serialize or deserialize, huh? Random question. When I'm building an XZ and I add a module to that XZ as an import, is there a way that I can get the docs of the module to be included in the XZ's docs? So I don't know, unfortunately, because I have not paid close attention to the Autodoc rewrite when Andrew made it. The answer in the past used to be that yes, that stuff would be present. I'm not sure how new Autodoc works. And now that I see it, new Autodoc doesn't have the sidebar. Autodoc used to have a sidebar, and in the sidebar, you would be able to change module, but now it doesn't have that anymore. So how does that work? I'm not sure. Let's take a look at some other Autodocs. So I think that Zine has Autodocs. What happens if Autodocs, for example, here we're talking about SCD process nmap. Can we go to process nmap? We can. So we can navigate to STD, but once we enter STD, we can't get out. So how did that work? Pound sign STD. Well, pound sign Zite is just Zite. Can we do also built-in? We can even do built-in. It's just that there isn't a way of navigating to it. So long story short, the fact that your module is being imported means that it is included. And I think that you can even check this normally because, yeah, you can, if you click links, right? Yeah. So those definitions will be there alongside the standard library. I mean, unless you are not using the standard library, but chances are that you are using the standard library. So the standard library is definitely going to be there. And I guess the same with that module. So there you go. Okay. Also, how's YouTube doing? Is YouTube fine? Test. Let me test YouTube. Let's see if in 5 seconds we're going to see my message. Yeah, no, YouTube borked again for unknown reasons. Man, I fucking hate YouTube. God damn it. It's probably not YouTube. It's probably me messing things up, but I just can't figure out why. Okay, so we were saying, what do we do with regards to serialization and deserialization? Maybe what I'm doing is a little bit too advanced. Maybe we shouldn't worry about that. We should always expect that the type is always serializable and deserializable correctly. Maybe, yeah, maybe value checking should always do check for both regardless. So let me undo some changes. I'll look into this maybe in the future. Okay, so struct union, then map. What do we do with map? The problem with map is that we don't recognize, we don't know if, like, we were not going to recognize std dot like hash map or something. We do have map somewhere. We do have a map type in here. I think it's under dynamic. Yeah, we have dynamic map. A theme wrapper over string array hash map unmanaged. Knows its kind. Probably should know its type also. Probably should know its type. We can check for this one, for example. And we could take this out of dynamic because this actually doesn't necessarily belong in dynamic. It would be really nice if we could make a serve docs step for my own docs. That seems reasonable. I'm actually not sure. I'm actually not 100% sure that you cannot do that. Are you confident that you cannot do that from a build.zig? You might be right because this stuff is not 100% implemented yet. But I'm not 100% sure. Add options, add executable, add share library, static library, add test, add assembly module, create module, system command, run artifact, config header, dupe inner, add named blah blah blah, update source files, remove 3, add fail, add fmt, translate C, install step, standard optimize option, parse target query, user input option, user input flag, validate user input, did it fail, install artifact, install directory, install bin file, lib file, add object copy, install file, install directory, check file. What was that? The other one? Truncate file. Okay. Path from root, path join, path resolve, fmt, find program, run allow fail, search prefix, lazy dependency from build zig, run build. Wait, run build? Public function? Interesting. Lazy path. Dump bad, get path help. Okay. Make them path hex 64. Resolve stuff, one share stuff, system integration option. Hash create. I think we need one full loop. So yeah, it seems like we definitely can't. Mm-hmm. Yeah, some like Zig build docs or something. That makes sense. Ooh, open browser. Port list on default is 0, meaning an ephemeral port is chosen by the system. Yeah, sorry. This is for now only special case for the standard library. I'm sure that it will be made more accessible in the future as more work gets done on Autodoc. I think that the main thing that Autodoc is waiting for when it comes to like a further push forward is completion of the Zig WebAssembly backend that will allow us to build to have a full build of the compiler running in WebAssembly that can run in your browser tab, and at the same time having like um, maybe some of the capabilities of the what's called like the interactive mode, basically. Maybe, I'm not sure, but in any case, once these things start happening, then Autodoc will improve dramatically. So we're not refreshing the token, but YouTube is still dead. Kind of disappointing. Oh well. Okay, what were we doing here? We were trying to implement check type. We were wondering what check type should do for a map. I guess we should recognize maybe a map type, like our own map type. Maybe. We should recognize dynamic. I think that we should say that if the type, if D has a parse function, then basically we're good. We can't say anything about it. So I think it should be like this. So I guess this means that we should put type info outside, basically. We always want type info. Actually, do we need type info? No, never mind. We don't necessarily want to do that, because we can do this. We can do the if stuff. Where is it? This. If that's parse, and I think map has both parse and serialize, right? Parse and stringify. Oh, these are the two things. Okay. I guess. Okay. So with this we have done some work. Let's see if we can use this now. So I guess the question is, can we test? Do we pass our tests? The answer is no. We cannot ask, we cannot ask the has-decl question unless the type is like a struct or a union. So I guess it means that we do want type info out there. Okay. So that means that all type info t can become info. Okay, we should be good. Are we happy now? We're not happy. Unhandle. Oh, yeah, right. So with else. Okay, we succeeded. Well, delightful. Delightful. So, okay, what's the problem with CI? When 0.14.0 and Zigbee should pass. Oh no. So what do we want to commit? Yeah, we want to change these things. Untracked files. Tesla Ziggy. Yeah, we want to remove that. And then there's this thing. Yeah, I don't think we want to add those things. Okay, so now that we did this, let's see what happens in Zine. So in Zine, I was imagining that we have this test. Page schema compliance. It's going to be just a check type. We embed file from Matter Ziggy schema, which apparently is not in here. It's outside because for some reason I keep it in the root directory. Also, why am I in a thing called patch 1? On branch patch 1. Type of fix. Oh. Switch main. Okay. So yeah, I have the front matter specified out here. And it's annoying because by being out there, it's not available within, but it also feels like it's the kind of file that it's a good idea to keep at the root lab. It seems a good idea to keep that file there. And not only that, but we also need Zine. We also need these. HX. Oh, well, you know what? I'm going to copy from matter into zine.ziggy schema. We never generated the schema for the Zine files themselves, so we should put that there. So what I'm thinking is that these bad boys, I'm going to add them as modules, basically. That's what I'm going to do in the build script, in the build system. Hello, Ian. So Zine Ziggy schema, root is going to be Zine. Okay, so what's in our struct Zine? I guess our struct Zine, it's actually not Zine. It's Zine, it's like simple or multilingual. That's how it is for now. So simple has host URL, title, what language are you coding in? It's called Zig. Assets their path, layouts their path, and then I don't remember. Multilingual instead contains. Hey Johnny, what is Zig? Yeah, good question. Multilingual contains these two bad boys, I think, but then everything else is inside of locales. So it's gonna be an array of locale. Optional buys. Code, I think. Then host URL override. Bytes. What else do you have in there? Oh, content there part. Yeah, something like this. There's more stuff, but in any case, this is a starting point. So it's something along these lines. That's the schema. Okay, in any case, so what I'm gonna do is in my build.zig, I will add these guys to my root module, I think. Is it always at import? Well, no, anonymous import, but is it like yeah, I guess that's how it's gonna be, right? Add anonymous import. Name. Front matter. Options. I guess we're gonna see. Root source file. Or it could be a path to the source file or a directory file which consider the module. If null, it means that the module is made up of only link objects. I think you can do it like this, right? From matter Ziggy schema. Reach unreachable code. Oh. Oh no, I'm consistently hitting a watch crash. Oh god. Okay, with this we have the front matter, and then in page, in root, expect to come after field. Fuck. So how do you do embed file then? I think I remember that you could do it this way, but I'm wrong. I think doing add import is wrong. I think that you can do something like add embed file. Add embed file. Oh, come on. Yeah. So my point is that I remember that there is a slightly hacky way of adding. Oh no, wait. That's on me. That's on me. That's on me. I did it right. So wait, it's add import. Check it out. Check it out. You do add import, but then here you do embed file. I think that's how it is. I think I remember now. Uh. Oh, add anonymous. Add anonymous import. Okay. So I remember there was something confusing. The slightly secret thing is that add embed file allows you to embed. It doesn't necessarily reference file paths, but it can also reference modules. That's the secret thing. Secret. My question for today is: I'm told to make a project in Java Spring Boot campsite. I'm not fond of it. So to make it interesting, I'm thinking to make the underlying parts or some functionality in Zig and make them talk with some interop. Can you make a good suggestion to me? In Java Spring Boot. Implement some functionality in Zig and make them talk via some interop. I don't know, because if I remember correctly, Spring Boot is some kind of Java backend thing, right? So it's tough, especially when you don't have. There's a problem where if you try to get clever with a solution that, where you try to squeeze in a technology and then there's nothing really to gain by using that technology, it's like the problem is that the result is it never made any sense, right? Because you were trying it just for the sake of it, and so you don't have any real constraint, any parameter that allows you to judge if what you're doing is good or not, because it can't be good or not good, because again, you didn't have a specific goal that you were trying to achieve in an optimal manner. And so once you don't have that constraint, then kind of nothing makes sense. So I don't have a real recommendation. If you do have a use case where using Ziggy is not just for the sake of it, but it's actually, but you have some goal that you're trying to achieve, that where Java is not the greatest possible language for that, then at that point, I think things are going to be more interesting. That said, don't let this stop you. If you really want to look into Java FFI, and you are going to be able to call Zig functions from Java, but there's going to be some machinery there, and if what you're getting from Zig is some kind of like hello world string, then I can promise it's going to be a lot of work for very little return, because you're just going to make Zig do something trivial potentially. Okay, so we're passing tests, but I know why we're passing tests. It's because we were never running tests. Unfortunately, uh, well, we also need, when we do set up tests, we also need to set up tests, unit tests for real, which we're currently not doing. We probably don't have pretty much any, but still. I think it's time to finally make some changes here and maybe turn this Ziggy release. No, sorry, the release part can stay where it is. That's fine. But I'm thinking that maybe this bad boy needs to turn into a module. And then from the module, we create an executable, and then we create a test. Yeah. Oh man, this change is gonna take me forever to get right. Holy shit. I'm just thinking of using Ziggy to authenticate some hardware, like in some making scenario where you need some card. That seems more concrete. So in that sense, there might very well be something there for you to enjoy, because maybe Java doesn't make it as easy to do otherwise, or that would require you to do that kind of thing anyway, no matter what. So that doesn't seem bad. Oh, this is actually gonna be easy. So we can do it like this. Nice. Do we break anything with Zig build? Member function expected two arguments, found one. Link framework, name options. What are the options? Needed weak. Root source file, struct root has no main. Yeah. If we do it this way, then this needs to stay main. Okay, so we're back to functioning. But now we're missing now we're missing tests. So in setup snapshot testing, that's where we're creating the test step. No, let's pass it in. Yanked. Oh no, did this change my, why did it change my, I don't, god damn it. Const, how do you like run? Add task rates. This step will not run the unit test. Typically, the result of this function will be passed to add run artifact. Okay, so it's run artifact. That makes sense. Okay. We still Zig build. Zig build test. It worked, but no. It worked, but no. No god. Our page analysis tests are completely out of whack for some weird reason. That surprises me a lot. And then there we go. Struct root.schema has no member check type. Yeah. Let's update Ziggy. Ziggy will test. I wonder what's causing my snapshot tests to go completely out of whack. Context is not marked pub. Oh, we have some tests. Path table has some tests that are totally regressed, and then there's an error unit that's ignored. Yeah. Okay, let's see. No field or member function named get path in path table. It's now get path no name. Yeah, God, I mean, expected 3 arguments. There we go. We're finally failing for the right reason. There we go. So we are validating our type compliance, and we're noticing that expected optional found consuate, which is cool. It's just not telling me where. It's just not telling me where, which is just a little bit sad if you think about it. Just a tiny, tiny little bit sad. Just a hint of sadness. In any case, I know where this is. This is gonna be in page, and it's gonna be in. I think it's author that we made non-optional, and maybe description even. The problem is that making them optional really has a ton of downsides for the usability on this in the side of Scripty. So I'm gonna fix the schema. I'm gonna change this in the front matter. So description has to be present. Title has to be present. Date has to be present. Author has to be present. I think the rest are fine. Let's see. Expected optional found bool. Oh. Yeah, the problem is that this is not capturing things that have default values. So like these guys should be optional. I guess what I should do is is check that if we are inside of a struct and we're looking at a struct field, if that field has a default value, then if there is a default value, then we ignore the optionalness. That's not really it. I think what we're missing here is actually default values specified in the schema. I guess we have to do it. We can't be free from that, can we? We can't really be free from specifying default values in this schema, because the problem is that I'm having this problem where basically, for example, draft, by saying that it's optional, I'm saying that it can be omitted, yes. But the fact that it can be omitted in the schema doesn't necessarily imply that this needs to be an optional in my type, because in my type, what I'm doing is that I'm giving it a default value. And so if this is absent here, then it becomes the default value on the other side. So, and in reality, I think the same applies to other things like description. Like if description is missing, then it defaults to a string value or something. We could use that meaning that way. So we could use the meaning that way. We could say, well, if it's optional, the problem is that we're talking about, I guess the distinction is whether the type is optional, where it means that these, I guess that this, basically what I'm saying is this. And I kind of want to give optionalness to the field name more than the type. Saying that the field can be there or not be there. Something along those lines. That's where I'm not sure about what exactly I'm trying to convey. Although this doesn't say what happens though when the field is missing. And the problem is that if I don't have a separate notation, like if I don't have a separate notation for the struct field can be omitted, and if it is omitted, then you're supposed to pick up a default value in that case. If I don't do that, and I just use this, if I overload this concept (bool) as both optional bool or non-optional bool but with default value, I mean, it is a little bit of a problem. To make this work, again, with this current syntax, what I would have to do is, in the struct analysis code, snoop into the child type and say, if it is optional and my child type is not optional, then I'm going to unwrap that optional and check with that optional unwrapped, because the default value will provide that field. That said, if I'm a Ziggy user, and sorry, not a Ziggy user. Well, yes, but if I'm a Zine user and I'm trying to look at this schema to understand what's available to me in Scripty, then this is not going to make much sense, because it's going to be confusing. Like, this is an optional bool, and yet from Scripty, if I do .draft, I'm not going to get an optional. I'm just going to get a bool. At the same time, Scripty docs don't have to be the front matter schema. These things are separate concepts. There's obviously a relationship between the two, but these are separate concepts. And so the authoritative place where to see what's in a page or not and what types are is this guy. It's this reference. It's going to be, where is it? Draft. And draft tells you draft is a Boolean. It's not something else. It's just a Boolean value, not a optional Boolean. Custom is not any. This is wrong. Um, so could they be? Is it correct to conflate optionalness? Is it okay to conflate optionalness? Well, I guess the question then is slightly different. Okay, while having seamless compatibility between Ziggy and Scripty is a good idea, then there's another question, which is what should the tooling do? What should the language server tooling do? Because the question is, I'm writing this front matter and I have schema checking enabled. Should I get a complaint if I don't add draft? I don't think I should. I don't think I should. I think question mark directly under a Struct field means that the Struct field can be omitted. But then there's the problem that that's a slightly different concept than the optionalness being put inside another thing. Like if I'm making this an array of optional alternatives, it means that I can have an alternative or null. Like elements of this array are going to be either an alternative or null, etc. And also, and this is where things get interesting now that I think about it, do I want people to be able to write dot draft equal null? No, I don't want people to be able to write down dot draft equal null. I don't want that. I do not want people to be able to write down dot draft equal null. So this is fully convincing me that these are two distinct things. Optionalness of a value and optionalness of a struct field, they must be two separate concepts. They have a relationship, but they're not the same thing. They are definitely not the same thing. So I guess we need the idea of a question mark that gets added to fields where we say this field can be omitted. Basically, it doesn't have to be a question mark. To be honest, there could be like other ways of expressing this. I don't know. We could put the field name in square brackets. That does mean optionalness in some contexts, but probably more confusing. I think the question mark in the field name is the way to go. Like question mark at the end of the field name. Or at the beginning. I think at the end seems nicer. That is interesting. So there's definitely some design work that needs to be done in how the schema stuff works. And it seems that until I do that, I'm not gonna be able to be able to model exactly correctly. I'm not gonna be able to convey what I want the front. I guess this is the goal. The goal more than reasoning about this in a like abstract sense. The question is, I'm editing a Ziggy file or a front matter, and and I have schema support running. And what do I want the suggestions to be? How do I want the tool to behave? I think that's kind of it. Yeah, because the reality is that no, draft is not bool. Draft, sorry, it's not like an optional. Draft can be omitted. I think that's the reality. And what that omission does is up to you. That said, hey Dustin, my dudes, how are things going? Things are going fine. So what I'm doing right now is that, well, I don't know if you've been following lately, but I made a big release of my static site generator of Zine, and now it's a standalone executable, and it's actually really fast and pretty nice to use, much nicer than before. So Zine recently had like a pretty big upgrade. The nice thing about an upgrade is that, well, it's just overall better, but basically that has moved up the average level of polish and quality of Zine. And that means that what before was on par with the rest of the system in terms of quality and polish, now some parts are now fallen below average. And so now basically I'm looking at the Ziggy data serialization language, which is the one that I use for front matters and for the config file also. Now Zine has a config file separate from build.zig because you don't have to use build.zig anymore. Now it's a standalone executable. I mean, if you want, you can still use it through that way. So now basically I'm looking at the tooling to make that experience better. So the idea is if I write zine.ziggy, look, I wrote a schema, and that schema is helping me write a correct file. So Struct requires a name, simple or multilingual. So simple. Missing field, layouts, there's path. Oh my god, it's missing an underscore. Why of all fields he complains about its layouts, their path, layouts? Why? It starts from the bottom. I feel like it should start from the top by complaining. Did you write the LSP? Yes. Yes, I wrote everything. I got some help. Some contributors contributed some stuff. For Ziggy specifically, there is a parser based on Matt Clad's there's a blog post that he wrote where he explains a strategy for writing parsers that work well in an LSP context. And so this parser that we're using right now is based on those concepts. And it was, the parser was contributed by, I think it was Travis Talok. But yeah, all the stuff around it was added by me. Oh, wait. It's not just complaining about the last one. It's complaining about all of them at the same time, starting from the topmost, continuing to the last one. And it's just that Helix is showing us on errors that are overlapping. Helix is just showing us the last one, the last line, if they are all located in the same location. So yeah, okay. So we're actually behaving well. Well, yeah, it is actually suggesting me the right things. So I have successfully written a config file for Zine this way, just following the errors that the LSP gave me. So this works. The point is we need to also see what type of experience we get. if we do the same in with the front matter. And the front matter is more nuanced. Also, here's another thing that I'm thinking. We're missing some, like here we have at the top level immediately, like these the type of website that we have, but we also, I think, need a space to put in like Zine configuration options so that we can toggle certain properties in a in a global manner. I would argue. So yeah. Well, anyway, I think I'm gonna stop here and call it a day. It's been a good 5 hours. We did some work, maybe not a ton of work, but we did do some work, and I think this was like a nice experience, at least for me, because I'm getting reacquainted with how Ziggy works internally. I kind of forgot a lot of things. There is certainly a space for a ton of improvement on Ziggy. I also find it interesting that Ziggy, despite not being, I don't think that Ziggy is the most complicated language that we have to deal with in Zine, but despite that, is, I feel like the gnarliest one. HTML easy, scripty easy, Markdown, super Markdown. Well, I guess it's, some of it is handled by the Markdown parser, but man, in Ziggy, everything is very nuanced, and like it's very easy to make mistakes and not like having your implementation be just a little bit too simplistic because you didn't fully understand what was going on. You didn't fully model it correctly into your mind. So yeah, it's cool stuff. So thank you all for hanging out, and I think I'll see you next time. Let me double check if anybody is doing some Ziggy streaming. I'm gonna rate them. Otherwise, I'm gonna be lazy and call it a day. Yeah, I don't think anybody's doing Zig, so that's it. Well, thank you all, and I'll see you next time.